All right, here we are. Great Lakes Bowling Conference number 3. We are live at Weston Lanes here in Weston, Wisconsin. We are going to be covering a few different pairs here today. We've got 2 on the boys' side. We've got 1 on the girls' side at the moment. Trying to get 2 to work over on the girls' side. But we're going to be moving pairs and as such. We're a little... just keeping an eye on what we got going on. So, for those of you that are new to 10-Pin Life, as we're tuning in here, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. This is something that we're going to be doing on a relatively regular basis with college stuff and youth bowling and some adult stuff too. So, the more that you guys can help the channel out by subscribing and hitting that like button, the better, because the YouTube algorithm loves all that good stuff. There will be times where you will see me. My name is Ben. I am the guy that runs 10-Pin Life, so if you haven't seen my face before, welcome. If you have, I'm sorry. We do also have a... camera on the girls' side here. It's being a little bit ornery this morning, so we're going to do our best to get that all fixed up as the day goes by. These guys are just wrapping up, or getting in the middle of their practice. They did get 15 minutes to start today, so still going to be a little bit yet. The comment section is also open, so as you see some faces that you know, give them a shout out. I might even run out and let them know who's watching. So don't need you guys to be listening to me all day, but I'll be doing my best. Got some rosters in front of me and a schedule, so let you know kind of what we got going on, who's bowling where, all that good stuff. as these guys are wrapping up their practice, an important item of note is they are all bowling on the 35-foot boardwalk V2 pattern. So probably going to see a decent amount of shape today. Probably a decent amount of urethane as well. They're going to be bowling 6 games today, and then we're going to be doing 16 matches of Baker matches tomorrow. And every pin counts. This is a total pinfall event, so the team with the most pins at the conclusion of tournament play will be the winner. So starting off the day on pair 47-48, we're going to have the Marian University JV1 team versus and the Davenport University JV2 team. On 49 and 50, we're going to have the Davenport JV1 team and the University of Iowa on 16. And for the ladies on 31 and 32 here, we are going to have also their Davenport JV1 team and Rock Valley. Again, they're going to be moving every game, so we should be able to catch pretty much everybody here throughout the day, or at the very least today and tomorrow, as they cycle through their event. I see you, Emily. We'll be jumping back and forth a decent amount. I'm pretty much going to try and catch as many shots as I can. I'm going to probably mess around here in a little bit and see if I can get these cameras up a little bit higher on the boys' side as well. But good start for Iowa there. Starting on for the strike. Now again, these guys are not bowling against each other. Guys and gals, I should say. Today. Tomorrow is going to be a match play day. So this is just raw pins. He's hoping for it to wheel there. There's a soft 7. Looks like on Davenport side there, that's a good look. Looks like that was a Rubicon UC3. Talk about a week of having some controversy over urethane. And now we're bowling on 35 feet. We're going to see a decent amount of that. Cool part about today is got a lot of good stuff going on in the bowling world. Obviously, we have our event here at Weston Lanes, the PBA Players Championship Finals on Fox Sports 1 tonight. That's exciting. Some other stuff going on in the professional bowling world in Indianapolis. If you're in the loop, you're going to know what that means. Jumping over to the ladies, looks like we got a gal on the Rock Valley team just packing 10 home. That was a great shot. Interesting characteristics about Weston Lanes here. So it's kind of a 3-part house. So the original 16 lanes is where the ladies are bowling today. So that's kind of in the middle of the house. So it's 21 through 36. The boys, or men, or whatever you call it, are actually bowling on what we refer to as the 24 side, which is the high side, so 37 through 60. The 1 through 20 side is not in use today, as another great shot there for Rock Valley. Little wrap 10 for Iowa. But interesting characteristics about Weston Lanes is with the fact that the original 16 are a little bit older, they hook quite a bit more front to back. So the ladies being down there, they might not have too much of a problem with it. But it is generally a little bit more difficult to get the ball through the front part of the lane. And when you're bowling on short like this, it should make for an interesting day down there. So I'll be curious to see how they can handle it as it starts to really pick up at their toes and how they can kind of manipulate their ball roll to get it through the fronts. Whereas on the 24 side, that's the newest set of lanes here at Weston Lanes, again with having the 3 different parts. Definitely just a little less friction front to back. So I would guess that scores are going to be relatively high for these guys. You know, it's all a guess until the pins fall over, as we almost get a lefty Brooklyn there with leaving the 8-pin for Davenport. Putting in there, bowling on the 35-foot boardwalk pattern. So carry down will be a thing today, I'm sure, with all the urethane. Just getting their ball to pick up a little bit once that starts to develop. All right. Got our cameras bumped up a little bit so you can see our lanes a little bit better. It's one thing you forget when you're not in college is how much taller everyone is than you are. So your perspective gets a little bit off. But so looks like we got a couple of U of I fans hanging out and watching. Looks like they're doing all right. Got a 3-bagger to start there. Looks like our spare game's a little bit tough there in the middle. And the gentleman that's coming up now has a double working. As you guys are watching, let me know in the comment section who it is that you are looking for your team. And if there's any specific individuals that you are really hoping have a good day today. On the University of Iowa team, looks like we have 6 gentlemen that are bowling today. Alexander Barnett, Carson Souls, Christopher Kowal, if I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry, Chris. Darby Mastbergen, also probably saying that wrong. Matthew Swanson, and Ryan Venom. Pairing with them currently on lane 49 is the Davenport University JV2 team that features Antonio Martinez, Colton Hickswa, Keith Lovely, Max Oosterhouse, and Tomas Arumbula. Cameron, looking forward to Iowa State. They're going to be coming up on lanes 47 and 48, game number 5, and they will be on 49 and 50, game number 6. So you will be able to catch them twice. On 47 and 48, we have the Davenport University JV1 team. Or that's JV. I think I might have had my numbers mixed up here. Sorry, the JV1 team is over on 49 and 50, which features Kaylin Klingelsmith, Michael Wilshire, Ryan Oyama, Tate Temrowski, and Tyler Miller. And on 47 is our Marian University JV1 team, featuring Hunter Hoffman, Jason Klaus, Joshua Lint, Kyle Beck, and Mason Pingle. As you can kind of see from that shot on lane 47, lots of friction today. Lots of area to down the lane that the ball is going to hook a pretty substantial amount. They're only bowling on a 35-foot pattern, so that is going to play a little bit tricky here before the lanes start to transition a bit. That's for sure. on these shorter patterns, the end of the patterns tend to be pretty crisp as well. So when the ball starts rolling, going left, that is where it's headed. But then sometimes you hit a hang spot like that as transition begins. So we're only 4 frames in, 15 minutes of practice, and we're already starting to see some weird stuff. And, well, that's what happens when you participate on an invisible playing field. Tough break there with the ring 10. Jumping over to the girls' side here. On 31 and 32 to start our day, we have the Davenport University JV1 team, only featuring 3 ladies today. We have Erin Vandenbrink, Faith Stid, and Taylor Harrison. And on 31, we have Rock Valley, who has a pretty substantial lineup here. We've got 8 bowlers on their roster today. We have Amanda Bone, Joanna May Arayo, Jocelyn Eggert, Journey Williams, Olivia Watton, Rebecca Myers, Samantha Myers, and Tegan Peterson. And not 100% sure who that was, but that was a great shot. Around, we'll jump over here. Steve asks, wondering here where the Bryant and Stratton bowling team is. They are currently down all the way on the high end on 59 and 60. So, as is the nature of qualifying or more team-based full bowling like this, they're only moving 1 pair to their right every game. So we will not be catching the Bryant and Stratton College team today, but we will be tomorrow during the match play portion of the event. Working great. Great spare conversion there from Davenport. Deb, looking for the Davenport ladies team. They are actually going to be coming up on 31 and 32 during the next game. So they will be bowling against Iowa State. So here in just a few short minutes, they will be ready for you to watch. John asked what oil pattern they're using. So, John, they are actually bowling on the Boardwalk V2. So that's going to be a 35-foot pattern. I believe that it's like a 3.5 to 1. Don't quote me on that. So relatively flat and pretty short. 35 feet is one of the shortest patterns available from Kegel. So definitely going to see a good amount of ball motion today. And for the individual looking for the Davenport University men's team, they are currently down on 54 and 55, so just kind of out of range here. And again, with the way that they're doing lane moves today, they're only moving one pair to the right after each game. So we will not see them on our stream yet today. However, during the match play portion tomorrow with the Baker matches and the fact that they're doing 16 of them, we will see everybody tomorrow. That is going to be a different link, so the easiest way to know when we are going live is to hit that subscribe button, as well as like this video and basically get it into your YouTube recommendations. As much as we criticize some algorithms, they do work pretty darn well, and that would help a lot. for the individual that is looking for Carthage, they are on the schedule. They started their day on 57 and 58. So currently, but today they will not be coming across the stream as we are on 47 through 50 on the men's side. We did get a different camera working a little bit better too on the ladies' side, so we'll have 2 cameras over there as well here moving forward. But and then Emily brings up a good question. How many games are they bowling today? So as you can see, we have 5 individuals bowling on each team for those that are of full roster. And they are all going to be bowling 6 games apiece. So we're going to be at 30 games total for the teams. Every pin counts as well. So this is a total pinfall event, which means that the combination of the pins that are acquired or are knocked down today add up with what they acquire tomorrow, which tomorrow they are bowling 16 Baker-style matches. So there will be bonus pins involved in that, but everything will add up to a sum total of total pinfall, and the highest pinfall will win the GLBC number 3. And Brad, I see ya. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be doing this. So I'm glad you're liking it, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, man. Let's jump over to the ladies here for a second. We did catch another pair here. So we have 29 and 30. On 29 and 30, we have our Marion JV number 1, as well as Lakeland College. On the Marian University JV1 team, we have Ashley Oldenburg, Kara Weber, Kylie Chandler, Madison O'Neill, and Zoe Burr. And on the Lakeland team, we have Cameron Lee, Dana Hansen, Elizabeth Grunwald, Hannah Hornsby, Madison Quirk, and Olivia Casper. Now again, the ladies are actually... So the ladies have a little bit more of a variety in their lane moves. So the boys are just moving moving to the right. So 1 pair each game to the right, whereas the ladies are going to be mixing it up a little bit. So we'll make sure to keep you guys in the loop. But we should, based on the fact that we have our 2 pairs now on the ladies' side, we should be able to see both of them, or all of the teams for the women, even during today and especially tomorrow. Robin, I don't know if this was a question or a statement, but yes, they absolutely are synthetic lanes. These are going to be AMF HPLs, so a little bit more of a higher friction surface than maybe your Brunswick Pro Anvils. Maybe a little bit more hook front to back, which when you're bowling on a 35-foot pattern like this, it's going to be something that is probably in the benefit of most bowlers because their ball will slow down actually a decent bit more. And as much as that does sound like not a good thing, because we want as much power, if you will, going through the pins, actually when your ball slows down, it picks up a roll a little bit better, and it's more about momentum going through pins. So getting it to hook a little bit more front to back on a 35-foot pattern like this is most of the time a good idea. Jump over here. On the men's side, as we do have a The other thing that I will be doing here throughout the day is just getting score updates, and I will be putting them on our screen. So as we continue throughout the day, I will do my best to get those all punched in so you guys can know where we stand as each of our 6 games goes by during day 1 of this event. Brad, I do see your comment asking me about the Sean Rash stuff. I actually made a video on that. So if you are curious about my take on the whole thing, just check out my channel. I did post a video about that on Monday. So if you're curious, go ahead. When they are all done bowling here today, go ahead and check that out because it's something that, you know, it was the most talked about thing in bowling all week, that's for sure. And probably for the last, you know, couple of years. And funny enough, if you watched the seeding round last night, you would have noticed he actually threw urethane on the short pattern, I believe, for 2 of the 3 games to get himself up to the 1 seed. So it's not just a urethane thing, for sure. I think he's got some other things on his mind. And actually, I was able to talk with Matt Russo, who was on the other side of that match. I did talk to him last night, and we recorded about just a little bit over an hour-long podcast, which I will be releasing on Monday. So if you're curious about what his thoughts are on the whole situation, that will be the best way to learn about all that as he rolls into the U.S. Open here coming up next week. Gotta love seeing a team 5-bagger in the 8th frame for the Davenport JV team there. We're gonna get one more frame out of Iowa here, and then we're gonna jump back over to the ladies. Looks like the Rock Valley team, and as my memory is good, it's just short. The Davenport JV team have wrapped up game number 1. So we'll get a couple more. They're almost wrapped up. We'll watch Rock Valley finish up here. Jump back over to see. We'll get one more out of the anchor here at Rock Valley and see what she's got. Jump over to the other pair for the ladies as they're jumping into their 9th frame. The Davenport team only does have 3 ladies on their roster, so it looks like they got a little bit out ahead of the curve. Tough 4-pin there. Jumping kind of in between some thoughts here. Mercedes talking about the show last Sunday for the PBA Players Midwest Region Finals, saying Matt bowled really well and want to see more of him in the future. couldn't agree more. I was able to go down to AMF West in West Allis during their qualifying, and Matt was extremely gracious with his time, super welcoming, super smart too. So, he's only 25 years old, and he's already got a title. He's got PBA Rookie of the Year under his belt already. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of him this year. And he did absolutely bowl extremely well last Sunday. right. Looks like we're wrapping up game 1 here on 49 and 50. University of Iowa starts with a 2:14. Looks like they got... Gentleman on Davenport there had a shot at 270s, but now he's looking at 230s. Or no, he had a shot at 250s, excuse me. Over. Let him catch his spare here. As he runs down the 10. Over on the ladies' side. Lakeland is wrapping up on the left lane here. She runs down her spare. Marian JV through 3 bowlers as well now. The JV2 team is actually going to be coming up on 49 and 50, and they're actually still in the 9th frame. So I'm going to let Iowa and the Davenport JV1 team kind of wrap up here as we're finishing up our 10th frames, and then I'll jump over to their JV2 team with the Marion boys as well. Big 237 there. That's good. Good start on the day there. Ooh, gets them all to go. Gonna bail himself out of $180 there after a couple, looks like a few spare misses to start his game. Runaway Brooklyn as we had a little footing issue on lane 50. So, yeah, the Davenport JV2 and Marion are still in the 9th frame, so let's see what we got going on over by the ladies as they're wrapping up game number 1 on 29 and 30. Nice little can opener hit there. Gotta love that. Brad, I see your comment about me being a commissioner. I do not want to ever be the commissioner of the PBA. That is a thankless position, and I wouldn't ever want to do it. Although I do appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much, sir. All right, one more here from the ladies. Let's see what she's got. Not quite enough to get there. And back over to Iowa and Davenport. Let these boys wrap up game number 1. Should be turning in their scores here with relative ease, and shouldn't take me too terribly long to get everything punched in. Again, I'm just going to have those running up in our top left corner. I'll do the men's scores on the left. I'll do the ladies' scores on the right. So that will take me a little bit of time. If you hear some typing, that is on purpose. And again, as everybody is tuning in to watch some of their favorite collegiate bowlers here, some of their favorite teams, this is something that we will be doing a little bit more often as the year and honestly years go on. 10-Pin Life is a new project here for me, but I really do enjoy the environment and just overall the product, honestly, of collegiate bowling, and being able to give it to you guys live is something that I'm really proud of. So if this is something that you are really just want to support, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, like this video, share it with your friends and family. Anything you can do to support the channel supports these guys, and the more that we can get this level of bowling out into the hands of the people that want to see it, the better. So it gets these kids the attention that they deserve, and start to get some more scholarships and sponsor money coming in as more opportunity comes up. So please be sure to at the very least share this with whoever might not be able to be here in person, so that they can check out their favorite bowlers as well. Just got a few shots left here on 49 and 50, and then we'll jump over and catch the finisher of the 10th frame on 47 and 48 with the Davenport JV1 team, JV1. With them being right next to each other, I've gotten this mixed up 3 times already this morning. JV2, excuse me. It's an interesting thing about this pattern too is, and honestly any of these sport patterns, is striking is always hard. Getting 10 pins to fall over in any context can be difficult. However, making spares is something that honestly catches, I think it catches a lot of people off guard. For those of you that have bowled competitively in tournament settings like this or similar ones, what's interesting is, you practice at home, you practice in your, whatever center it is that you hang out in, and get your reps in. As your spare ball you get used to seeing what your spare ball does. There's things that can occur within the 60 feet of the lane. We'll get one more. We'll get the spare conversion out of Davenport here, and then we'll jump over to 47-48. You get really used to what your spare ball does, and then you come to a different center, you bowl on a different pattern. Even if you practice on this pattern during the week, center characteristics, lane panel differences, pattern breakdown, that sort of stuff, they can all really put a big impact on what your spare ball does. So seeing these opens is actually not surprising, especially when patterns are fresh like this, because a lot of times what happens is their balls, spare balls will actually back up. So it's hard to see. It's hard to see that when you deliver the bowling ball, and then as it goes further down the lane, sometimes it'll hook a little bit on you. Especially when the patterns are fresh like this, it'll hook more than you expect. Sometimes it won't, because it might catch an oil ring that's on the ball because they don't flare very much. But don't be surprised with the fact that you see some open frames, because it's not necessarily just about poor execution. Sometimes it's about the lane is actually playing tricks with you, and it can be hard to see exactly what it's doing. Brad, I'm going to give you a shout out here. He's talking about how much the commish might be worth for the PBA. Even if it is that much, no matter how much that may be, that amount of stress ain't worth it. That number's got to go up quite a bit for that level of stress. My body couldn't handle that. It's setting stuff up like this is stressful enough, let alone when at the highest level. So. Looks like the ladies are kind of hanging out and waiting. My guess is that they're going to be sticking with the same pace between both sides. So even though the ladies did bowl their game a little bit quicker, they are going to be waiting on the boys to make their moves as well. Another interesting item about our tournament today, it actually goes back to kind of with one of the things that I started with is, again, Dale's Weston lanes here. Although there is 60 total lanes, it is in 3 different sections. So the ladies are bowling on what we refer to as the 16 side, which is actually 21 through 36. It's the oldest set of lanes in the center. Also, the boys have a pair down there because there are 26 teams, and the high side, which is 37 through 60, that's only 24 lanes. So they're full up over there, and we got 2 extras as kind of a spillover onto the 16 side. So what'll be interesting about that is the dynamics of the way that the ball works on the 16 side is pretty different across the board than it is on the 24 side. So even though we won't be seeing a decent amount of that, as these kids are making their moves, they hitting a transition game down there versus over on the high side it'll be interesting. I'm not saying it'll be better. I'm not saying it'll be worse, but it pretty much every time that I've ever had to do that, it is different. It is a different. The panel dynamics are just significantly different. So I've shot some big sets down there. This is my home center, so I do know a decent amount about the topography across the lanes, that sort of stuff. But that is an interesting quirk about having a bowling center split into 3 parts, is sometimes different things occur. Just got Marion wrapping up here. Again, these guys are going to just be jumping. Excuse me. They're skipping pairs today. I just can't read very well. So we'll be getting a whole new set here on 47 through 50. The next couple. My apologies, everyone. All right. So we got game 1 wrapped up here. Coming up, game number 2 on the men's side on lane 47 will be Viterbo University. 48 will be UW Stout varsity team. On 49 and 50, we are going to have UW Oshkosh and the Davenport JV2 team, as previously discussed. So yeah, it looks just got some interesting lane moves today. They got it all laid out on an Excel sheet here for me, so I'll just do my best to keep you guys updated as the day goes by. So for those of you that were curious about some other folks, some other teams, I may not have been perfectly accurate. I might have missed a step here along the way, but so if you're curious about any teams, if they might be crossing the stream, just let me know. I will double check since I was a little bit mistaken there earlier. On the ladies' side of things, on 29 and 30, we're going to have the Rock Valley varsity team bowling, who we just saw, the Marian University varsity team. And on 31 and 32, we are going to have Iowa State, their varsity team, and the Davenport varsity team. So should be a couple good games here, and as the action starts to pick up, I'll jump to whoever starts bowling first, and we will go from there. I love the hands on the hips there. It's a good shot. He just kind of hangs a little bit, waiting for it to pick up, and just leaves a ring 10. I don't know if that was a sign of I threw it bad or the ball did something weird, but either way, I'm loving it. So again, on our feature pair at the moment, we have the Rock Valley women's varsity team and the Marian University women's varsity team. Great spare on the 10-pin there. We're going to let them run through their first frame, then we'll jump elsewhere. shot there. It's one thing about college bowling versus individual bowling that nobody's got their names on their backs. So it's hard to say exactly who's throwing their shots. So as you guys see, ladies or gentlemen, that's Pac-10. Let me know who they are. I've got some rosters here, but it's hard to say specifically who's who. And I'd love to give credit where credit is due. So on 47 and 48 here on the right lane to start, we have the Viterbo University men's varsity team. On the left lane, the UW Stout varsity team. Great shot there. Jump over to the ladies here. Let's run 31 and 32. That is Iowa State on the left lane. And the Davenport ladies varsity team on the right lane. Oshkosh team and the Davenport JV2 team here on 49 and 50. Flipping lanes here after this second frame. Runaway 5-pin for him there. Jump over the turbo team. Almost gets the 2-pin to roll out. The stout team is waiting for him. So that's one thing about this 5-man format when they're doing, league play type bowling where they're crossing the lanes is it can take some time. As the other team that's on your pair really kind of waits it out, 2-lane courtesy, that sort of stuff. It can take a little bit to get in between shots, and you got to stay warm. And no different than Baker matches, just a little bit more on your shoulders when you're bowling individually rather than Baker. Kind of hard to see it as that purple hammer creeps its way into the frame to go through the face. Jump down to the ladies here as Davenport is just about through their second frame as we chop the 6 off the 10. And Iowa State on the right lane. So we get up. And just 5-pin. And what about the other ladies? We got Rock Valley and the Marian University ladies. Little 136 converts it nicely. She really fired that one right, and it looked like it had a chance. It just kind of labored, so it's probably a little bit more on the transition of the lanes than it is much anything else. As we roll out the 10-pin, gotta love the old messenger there. See if she can run down. Looks like we got a sleeper back there as well, so we'll go 1-2-8. It easily. Davenport making the 6-10. Jump back over here. Another Davenport team. That's their JV2 team. Running down 1-2-4. Not quite. Same thing on the left lane here for the UW Oshkosh Titans. Belleville Film Society. I don't know who the person is behind that. Fire flow bowling and just hire this dude. I appreciate that. I know that flow has kind of had their issues in the last 2 years since COVID came around. But I think the PBA's got a pretty good plan. They've been trying to use $2 fill a decent bit more. I think that I was actually able to kind of talk to Tom Clark, who is probably down in Texas, even though his boy Rory is bowling here this week. But I did talk to him when he was down in Milwaukee during the players, and I think he's got a pretty good plan. He is still the commissioner, even though Bolero owns the PBA now, and probably going to fill the CEO spot since Coley Edison stepped down. She's with the PWBA, or not, WNBA, excuse me. Hard to say specifically what it is that they're going to do. I just know that bowling media is something that is really, really important to the growth of the sport overall, because media is important to the growth of anything. We live in an internet age. It's not going to be changing anytime soon, pending any apocalyptic level events, honestly. So I think Tom Clark's got a pretty good feel for that. I'm excited to see what they do. having more stuff just available for free on Facebook and YouTube as they've been doing here this season, I think is a great start. But so I do want to give them as much credit as I can, because I don't think that they're just going to leave us high and dry. Now, if I can help that, or if I can do anything to aid in that process, maybe those cards will make their way to the table at some point. But for now, honestly, these kids deserve just as much credit as some of them pros do. They're out here grinding. They're in the process of learning what true competitive bowling is like. One of the things that you'll hear when you talk to anybody that's competed at the highest level is this game is 80 to 90% between the ears. 20% of it is a physical game. Although that physical game can be very difficult to master, to actually succeed, it is almost entirely between the ears. You can teach a lot of people how to throw a ball really, really well, but if they're not able to handle the amount of information coming in, be able to read the lane front to back, that's something that's really, really hard to learn, because you can only learn it in a competitive environment like this. And that's what they're doing, is going through that process and being able to acquire, essentially the mental fortitude and aptitude to continue to improve their games and compete at higher and higher levels and succeed at higher and higher levels, not just show up, but be competitive. So these guys and gals deserve just as much credit as some of those pros do as well. We're flipping lanes here. Let's jump over to 47 and 48. UW Stout is finishing up on the left lane for their third frame. A little through the face, good 6-pin. Yeah, it's a good 9. And it looks like our Viterbo boys have wrapped up their third frame as well. We got a 3-bagger mixed in there for them, but looks like we got a couple other missed spares across both teams. Again, that's going to happen, guys. Spare balls do weird things on sport patterns. You see, we kind of take it for granted if you have a spare ball, or you're just able to kind of flatten your wrist when you're bowling on your house shots. As looks like he threw a Zen there, tried to move in on it, and just kind of floated way past the point. Break point. You get used to what your spare ball does, and then you come out and bowl stuff like this, and it just does something different. So I would expect that as the day goes by, and especially into tomorrow, that we're going to see a lot cleaner spare games for everybody, as their eye gets used to what that motion becomes. Even though they're trying to throw it as straight as humanly possible, it just, when there's friction for 60 feet, that is variable, sometimes weird things happen. So expect that to improve. Turbo cleans up their 3-pin there. see if he can clean up his little baby split here, and then we'll jump down to the Davenport Iowa State ladies match here for a little bit. Not quite enough over there. All right, folks. I was able to get the after game one score update scrolling across the bottom there, so it will just kind of cycle through. But just for good measure, as it continues to scroll, we'll go through our top 5 here. For the men's varsity, we're going to have we only have score updates for the men so far. Still waiting on the ladies. For the men's, Rock Valley started out hot. They have an 11:07 start. Second to them is going to be UW-Madison. Third is Marian University at 10:34. UW-Madison had a 10:62, so about 45 pins off of first. In fourth is UW La Crosse with a 10:18. And fifth is UW Whitewater at 9:92. The JV side, top 3, Davenport University's JV1 team shot a 10:23 that game, so that would be good for fourth in the varsity side. UW Whitewater JV2 shot 9:21, and Whitewater JV1 shot 9:19. That was a really, really good shot. That, honestly, the fact that the 10-pin is standing after that one it just stinks. So that is a characteristic, though, of the 16 side is there's just so much hook front to back that sometimes getting corners out can be a little bit more difficult. We do bowl too much lead down there during the year. And that's another illustration of just a little bit of hook. Spare ball doing weird things. Hey, Emily, just wanted to check in on your comment there, is asking about Iowa. Looks like we got to catch them for the first game, but that will be the only bit that we'll be able to catch them on the stream here today. We'll have to check in tomorrow. Again, that's going to be a different stream, so as you guys are hanging out and watching, best way to know when we go live tomorrow for the match play or the Baker match portion of this event is to hit that subscribe button and like this video so that the YouTube algorithm knows, hey, I want to watch this. That was a really good shot again. I think that lane 31 is just a little fickle right now. Oh, runaway Brooklyn. Hey, 10 fell over. So, ladies on 31 and 32 are in their 10th frame. Looks like they're actually getting through their 10th frame on 29 and 30 as well. So, as they are throwing their shots over on the ladies' side, we're going to bounce between so we can get a good understanding of where they stand. I am waiting on some score updates from them. Actually, it looks like I just got them. I'll do them verbally here real quick. So for the ladies, Rock Valley started with a 980. The Viterbo ladies started with 965. Davenport was at 904. Marian University 893. UW Milwaukee 873. UW Green Bay 801. Iowa State 207, the Marion JV team at 673, Lakeland at 614, and that Davenport JV team, which only has 3 folks today, is at 451. Just taking a peek over at the boys here. They're also in their 10th frames, so we'll try our best to catch as many shots as we can here. Good shot there. So Stout's running down a 257. Nails it. Oops. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, good 8. Tough break. Almost leaves a big 4 on, looks like almost a high pocket hit for Phil Ball to get him a 191 there. Pax 10. So Rock Valley here is ramping up. They are in the lead over on the ladies' side after 1. It's the bucket. Gosh, with a good 8 there. Oh, 10-pin tries to get out of the gutter, but just not quite enough. Stout with a 127. cover. State looking at the 9-10, just gets the 9 off of it. Rock Valley with a tough 7-10 there. Davenport with a 9-pin. Turbo on the boys' side. Tries to shake a whole bunch of stuff out, just not quite enough. Oshkosh there, Max 10. He's looking at 211. Gets the next 2. All right, let's see if she can make the 7-10. Come on. This is 8-pin there. And there's a miscue on my front. Oshkosh. Just a little through the face. So Rock Valley and Marion have wrapped up on 29 and 30. So Davenport and Iowa State are just about wrapped up as well. Down on the ladies' side. Purple hammer through the face. Turbo UW Stout there, just about wrapped up here. Ooh, gets the 10 to go out. Nice. Very nice. Something here. There we go. That 3-6-10 must have fallen off into the gutter. Anchor for Viterbo coming up. He's got 240 in his sights if he gets the next 2. There's 1. That's a great shot. Another interesting fact about the Weston lanes here is some characteristics of the types of bowling balls that have won some things here. So I know that at least two on the boys' side of things in the last few years have won state individual titles, so boys' individual titles for the Wisconsin State High School Tournament using purple hammers. I believe that both years it was on Broadway, which is a 37-foot pattern, so similar to this one, a little bit longer, but definitely a ball that matches up pretty well here. I would say that it matches up pretty well a lot of different places. But just an interesting quirk. As you guys see some purple balls go down the lane, it is not an uncommon sight here at Weston Lanes, and in fact has in the past won titles here. Turbo steps up, puts 10 down 3 times, gets himself to 242. Great game. Okay. And that's going to wrap up game number 2 on 47-48. We'll finish up with the Davenport JV2 team and the UW Oshkosh Titans. As we are wrapping up game number 2 here, for those of you that are curious who's going to be coming up on the stream on our feature pairs here on the men's side on 47 and 48. We're going to have the Marian University Varsity team and the UW Green Bay team. 49 and 50, we will have the Viterbo team once again, and the UW Whitewater JV1 team. For the ladies, on 29 and 30, you're going to have the Viterbo team and UW Milwaukee. And on 31 and 32, Lakeland and Marian University. And as you guys can tell, as we're just kind of hanging out, one interesting caveat, the way that tournaments like this are run is that everybody waits until everybody is done with their game to make their move and begin the following game. So although we don't see a lot of activity right now, that is to remain courteous to the pace of every team, making sure that nobody runs out ahead, and then we're not having extended waits or anything crazy like that. Just wanting to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And looks like, as I'm kind of peering around here, we do have a couple teams on 41 and 42 that are just entering their 10th frame, so it will be a little bit yet, so hold on tight. Got some good bowling coming up here with some different teams, and we will get to that action as soon as it's ready. While you wait, why not do this channel a favor? Hit that subscribe button. It is a big thing that does help out a lot. Number one, in terms of getting this stuff out into the world. You know, it's not just people that are interested in people that are bowling this that want to see good college bowling. There is an audience for this, as much as we might not believe it. So the more that you guys can do to support streams like this, whether it be mine or anyone else's, be sure to like every video that you see when you see something like this going on. Subscribe when you can. Subscriptions are free, so if you see it, just hit that button. As well as share it with your friends and family, so that the algorithm really starts to pick up on the fact that, honestly, bowling, and especially in the state of Wisconsin here, but throughout the Great Lakes Bowling Conference, is growing. It is a sport that I believe is coming into a renaissance era. So let's use the tools and resources that we have to get bowling events like this in the hands of more people. We can do that pretty easily just by hitting a couple different buttons. Matt, saw your comment here looking for live scoring. There isn't access to live scoring in the context of like what they have at South Point, where it's just scoreboards. I'll be doing game-by-game updates on the bottom of your screen as the tournament progresses. So it'll be scrolling with updates after each game as they come in. But looks like we've got the ladies firing up here. Down on 31 and 32. Just as a reminder, that is going to be Marian University and Lakeland College. On the Marian University ladies team, going to have Addison Jakic, I'm probably saying that wrong, Alexis Jakic, Alyssa Ritchie, Brenna Shikiera, Isabel Barber, Jasmine Colbert, and Jenna Betts. On the Lakeland team, we're going to have Cameron Lee, Dana Hansen, Elizabeth Grunwald, Hannah Hornsby, Madison Quirk, and Olivia Casper. Great shot there. Getting them all to go down. All right. Lakeland gets 10 to go. Marian University side, that's got to get a little lucky, go a little left, and runaway Brooklyn. Those count too. Nothing wrong with that. What do you got going on over here? 29 and 30. We've got UW Milwaukee and the Viterbo University ladies. For UW Milwaukee, we have Alexis Simonet, Ava Swanson, Carly Schweiger, Harley Meski, Morgan Brooks, Sienna Shearer, and Zoe Luffman. For the Viterbo ladies, we have Heidi Klostra, Holly Santucci, Kendall Sheldon, Lynn Pikarski, Madeline Schwartz, Michaela Volkman, Sabrina Becker, and Samantha Lynch. Sorry about that. Looks like your camera feed decided to give out on 31 and 32 there. I'm going to fix that. All right, we got that one all fixed up. Looks like the boys are just about getting ready to fire off here. Great shot there. Runs them all down. see if we can get some audio in from over there too. It's a little bit weird earlier today, but I think we're doing all right. There it is. Ladies do tend to be a little bit louder as well, so I want to make sure we're not blowing anybody's ears out. But there ain't nothing wrong with that, honestly. Sometimes it can get a little intense. But there ain't nothing wrong with that. If you love the sport of bowling, let them know. Boom, gets them all to go. I love that. This one from UW-Milwaukee. Jump over to the boys here. Just about, oh, looks like we're fired up over here. I believe that is the UW-Whitewater varsity team. Let's remember nice and accurately here. So on 49 and 50. Excuse me. It's the UW-Whitewater JV1 team and the Viterbo University varsity team. On that Viterbo varsity team, we've got Anthony Pope, Austin Calms, Calvin Schneider, Eric Ludden, Matthew Wagurski. I probably said that wrong. I'm sorry, Matt. Matthew Vogue, Ryan Frechette, and Tyler Tesh. For the JV1 team for UW-Whitewater, we've got Ethan Zorzelski, Frank Turpo, Nate Purchase, Quinn Sheehy, and Rory Clark. Some names in there that I'm familiar with. Nate actually bowled the PBA Players in Milwaukee last week, so hopefully he's coming out here with a renewed sense of what to do and how to do it. Hopefully that works well for him today. Not quite kicking off there. Let's jump back over to the ladies. Try and catch as many shots as we can here as we're advancing through our day. I'm gonna do a little bit more quick switching for you guys so you can see some more shots go down the lane, or see as many bowlers as we can get on the stream here. Great spare on the 10 pin there. Let's go back up a little bit. Come on. Nice. That's Rory going at the 2-8. Flags them both. Oh, just not quite enough to get them all to go. Come on. Doesn't quite have enough to roll out of the 2-pin. How about this 7-pin? Get over there. Dang it. Stay on. Oh, wow. Wow, that came barreling back. That was a whole lot of boards covered there. Shot there. I believe that's pretty sure that's Riley Schwartz. Been able to see him bowl quite a bit over the last year or so. Being a part of this process of learning really how to bowl competitively on this type of a stage has really upped his game quite a bit. And he should be proud of himself, and the hard work's paying off. Got some score updates here. I'll get these punched in here, so just verbally real quick. I mean, this is a men's scoring update. I'll still be waiting on the ladies a little bit. We'll do top 5 on the varsity, top 3 JV. Leading the pack is going to be Rock Valley on the men's varsity side. They are at 21-19. Second to them is going to be UW Whitewater at 20-42. Third, Marian University at 20-27. Fourth, UW Madison at 20-10. And fifth is Davenport University at 2005. So 2005 plus 5. On the JV side, top 3, UW Whitewater JV1 is at 19-20. Whitewater JV2 is at 1877, and Davenport JV1 is at 1844. We got the full men's standings after Game 2 updated, so those will be scrolling across your bottom of your screen here shortly. Still waiting on the update from the ladies' side. So once that comes through, I'll be sure to let you know where we're at. Thank you for your patience as I was kind of punching through that there. Not quite enough to get up the hill there. Let's see if we can put the 278 there. That's a tough one to cover, that's for sure. Soft 10. Transition's probably getting to these guys a little bit now, is my guess. Looks like there's a decent amount of hang right. As we see that one just kind of missed the head pin. Messenger's just not quite enough to land that. He really rolled that shot. I like that idea, just trying to get it to pick up in the first 20 feet of the lane and just sort of lay there. Again, they're bowling on a 35-foot pattern, so the more that they can control the down lane motion of their bowling balls, the better, because otherwise it can get real violent, real fast. I think we got Riley Schwartz coming up on the left lane here. Based on that backswing, that's definitely him. He is just shimming it up the gutter. Gets a really good break to only leave the 7-pin there. That was a big 9, as they say. Chris, we see ya. We'll do our best to make sure that we see as much of them as we can here. And, hey, if anybody else is watching and you want to throw a shout-out to your favorite team, go ahead. And Everett thinks I'm pretty cool, so appreciate that. If you have a shout-out you want to throw to your favorite team, go ahead, drop it in the comments. So we'll throw it up on the screen and give that credit where credit is due. This looks like that's Quinn. I think that's Quinn. Kind of hard to tell on my little screen here. Good cover of the 278 over there. Jacob's throwing some love out to the Iowa team, I believe we're done with the Iowa team on the men's side. And that's the only Iowa team that we have here today. So they should be coming up tomorrow, Jake, during the match play portion. So just go ahead, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you click that notification bell so you know when we go live tomorrow. And hopefully we can catch them on the stream so you can cheer on the Hawkeyes. kind of another interesting thing to note on this type of a format and the expectations from coaches to their players and kind of what the standard of operating is within a college tournament like this is these guys and gals are going to be standing like all day. There is not a lot of sitting that occurs during these events. And you got to think after a while, some of that fatigue wears in. But they're handling it pretty well so far. I don't see too many weak shots, too many shots all over the place. But at some point, that should become at least a small factor. Hopefully nothing too crazy. But we shall see. That's why we're here. That's why we play the game. Whitewater slinging pins there. That looks like Rory Clark. Shot there. Just that 10 to go out right on time. The best time for the 10 pin to fall over is every time. Doesn't matter if it's early, it doesn't matter if it's late, doesn't matter if you roll a messenger over there. If it's over, it's over. Yep, and I think that what he just hit there on lane 49 is all of the carry down. So what looks like is happening, at least on that pair, and mostly probably across the board on the men's side. I can't speak a lot about the women's side on kind of how that carry down, or that transition is happening. We'll maybe check that out here in a little bit. Is there's going to be hook to the right. One thing that's a quirk, but kind of inevitable is oil or lane oil machines can only oil to the 2 board. So if you hit the 1 board, it's gonna hook. Until you start to blend that out a little bit, but it's so rare that anybody really gets over there that it's hard to get it to really stand up. Now, with all this urethane going on the lane, though, that first arrow zone, so anywhere between 3 and 7, all these guys are really, really trying to throw it as straight as possible just to control the back end, which, when you're throwing, and they were all mostly throwing urethane. So urethane balls, generally, except for some of the newer asymmetrical ones, they don't really flare a lot. So their differential is low. They have a low flare potential. That doesn't mean they don't hook a lot. They just, the way that the ball dynamics work, basically your oil rings are not very far spread apart, and actually as the ball goes down the lane, the ball will actually continue to rotate and flare, actually, but it'll be over the flare rings, where if I have a big differential ball, I'm really not going to touch, every time the ball rotates over itself, every revolution is actually going to be on fresh cover. So that's why they say a big ball, quote unquote, will have a higher differential because of the fact that it's actually using more of the cover. So when that happens, and also urethane's very, generally speaking, pretty hard, very non-absorbent to oil. So even as the ball is going down the lane, it's not really absorbing anything. So as it flares over its own oil rings, that's what creates carry down. Now, low differential reactive bowling balls can do that as well. They just do it a little bit less because of the absorbency of the covers. But that's what creates carry down. And there's a lot of urethane going down the lane today, so low differential, generally less absorbent covers. So as we're on this 35-foot pattern, that's got a decent volume. Overall, I believe that Broadway is just about like 26 mils. Generally speaking, that's about an average amount of oil on a 40-foot house shot or so. But as we bring that back 5 feet, that becomes a higher concentration overall, and that's going to create that push down lane. So between the board, 3 and 7 board at about 35, 38 feet, somewhere in there, there's going to be what we would call a wiggle. So as you expect your ball to hook, it just kind of pushes that little bit more, and it gets behind the head pin, and it just does some weird stuff. But that is why there's so much conversation about urethane these days, is because the way that they transition lanes is so much different from reactive bowling balls, generally speaking, that they don't necessarily break the lane down, they just move oil around. And some folks like that, some folks don't. I myself kind of like it because I would prefer to have hold left, but that's just me. I only speak for myself on that front. But if you're seeing these ladies and gentlemen, start to lose some ball reaction, lose some of that big reaction down lane or something like that, that's because of carry down. That's what they're seeing, and that's what they're trying to power through. The other interesting caveat in that is if you think about the front part of the lane, basically all the ball is doing in this instance is it is picking up oil from the front part of the lane, and it is relocating it to the back part of the lane. So there's less oil up front because it's, that is as fresh as the cover can get within, as it rotates over itself those first couple times. And then it relocates it at the beyond the end of the oil patterns. So Rory there, he thought he threw a really good shot, and it hit that wiggle zone. It's just the way that works. So, but when the ball hooks at your toes, what happens is the amount of rotational energy that you put on the ball with the way that when you rotate a ball, that's what you're trying to do is put energy into it, so to convert that into a directional change down lane. Is when it hooks up front, what happens is you lose some of that energy right away, and you don't see it because most of us target at the arrows, some of us target at the dots, some of us target the foul line, whatever. But that's why having a good coach, and all these kids have such good coaches. They're looking for that. They're looking at the front part of the lane to see what their ball is doing right away, and making sure that they're not losing that energy. So some of them are going to have to bump left and start to get really, really crafty as they try to migrate through this carry down and avoid the hook spot at their toes. Hi, I see you there. Thanks for hanging out. Just coming by, saying hi. Make sure you like the video before you go. All right. Ooh, that got out to the one board, and that did not think about hooking. So I hope that helps you guys kind of understand what these bowlers are seeing, because there's a really high potential that some of these lanes are going to get a little bit nasty here in the middle portion of this block as we're in game 3. Little slow connections going on with the ladies here, so we'll see if we can get that remedied up a bit. So just watching some of the shots from the ladies, talking about carry down and kind of the way that that's working. Because of the fact that, generally speaking, the female bowlers have lower rev rates, they can play play further right because they're not going to be able to cover as many boards. And with that, they can use more bowling ball as well. So they can use a higher flaring bowling ball, a quote-unquote stronger ball, in a similar part of lane that some of these higher rev rate male bowlers have to use urethane, because anything that is softer, like a reactive type bowling ball, or just generally just stronger front to back, they have to find something that can get down the lane. So that's why they use urethane. But the ladies don't do that. So what does that turn into? It's more of an even breakdown. You're going to have, you're just going to continue to lose oil front to back a little bit more evenly than the men will. And that just makes, again, generally speaking, they can just bump a little bit left, and a little bit left, and a little bit left, and they'll actually create some shape in the pattern that's sometimes a little bit more usable. Now, that's not always a guarantee, but they will deal with a lot less carry down just because of the fact of the types of and the dynamics of the balls that they are using because of having lower rev rates. Tough break there. Definitely came up high, but 3-7-10, that's a tough leave. Soft 10. Make your spares, kids. Right there. That's the difference between 180 and 220. You take a 180 average bowler and have them work exclusively on spares for a while, their average is going to skyrocket. I'm not saying that spares are the end-all, be-all and the thing that's going to make you great, but it sure doesn't hurt to have a really, really solid spare game. Get out there and practice. League is what it is. I don't consider league practice myself, even as much as I try to take those repetitions seriously. It is very easy to not do that. However, you go and spend 20, 30 minutes and a tough 9-pin there. That hit that hang spot, he still was able to use it, but still didn't give it a break. If you're able to get out an hour a week, 30 minutes, even 45 minutes, 30 minutes, anything, and just shoot at spares, shoot at single pins. Just get out there and do it. Your game, your scores will improve. Work on your timing when you're doing it. Work on hand position when you're doing it. Work on balance, using your legs. The cool part about shooting spares is you can work on every other part of your game and work on throwing the ball straight. It's really only going to work if you practice it, though, and it is going to create marked change in your game in a positive way. So I think he's throwing a 900 global reality. So that's really, that is one way to combat the carry down. So that's a very strong bowling ball, very strong cover, very strong core. Going to flare a lot, going to hook very early. So what he's doing is he's finding that mid-lane friction that's developed, and he's letting the ball slow down before it gets to the carry down and actually just turn up and go. And he doesn't really have to worry too much about the carry down because the ball's used up most of its energy anyways. He's not expecting it to hook in that zone, and just letting it roll, letting the ball do what the ball does. And that creates, that is a way to combat it. It's not a foolproof method, but using a big ball on short patterns like this can sometimes bail you out. And sometimes it's the best look you can make because it's just, at the end of the pattern, it's used up a lot of its rotational energy. And it doesn't do anything silly. It just gets there. You know, it's going to hit the pocket a decent amount as long as you can control what you're doing with your hand. At least a little bit. And just control your ball motion. This ain't about how hard we can hit it and how many boards we can cover. Today's about striking. Today's about scoring, not about covering boards. So the best way to do that is if you can find the best way to do that, that's what you're gonna do. Great shot there. It started to open up a little bit, maybe. Still waiting on that lady score update, so again, as soon as I get that, I'll be... It's a little too slow off the spot there. Tried to get the 10 out, just wasn't quite enough. Jump over the ladies here. Hopefully we can keep our decent connection. Nope. She makes it. Makes that 2-7. Not an easy spare from the right side. Definitely not a given. There's a little can opener hit there for, I believe that's a turbo. Hey, if you're a fan or you're aware, because I actually don't have it in front of me, what is the Viterbo mascot? I believe that it looks like a cardinal or something like that. But hey, if you're alma mater or just a big old fan, let me know. What are we saying? Go Birds? What's the deal with Viterbo University? How does that work from a fanfare perspective? Spares, kids, right there. Having some machine or pin or ball issues on 47 and 48 here, so we'll let them get that figured out. sure what the little mascot they got going on there on the Marion team is, but sure am curious to know. Hey, if you saw whatever the gentleman on lane 48 was holding up there, and you know what it is, let me know in the comments. Matt asked a good question here. Comments. Coming up for game number 4 as we are moving along. On the men's side, lanes 47 and 48 will have UW Eau Claire and UW Stouts JV1 team. On 49 and 50, we will have UW Milwaukee and UW Green Bay. For the ladies, for game number 4, we're going to have the Marion JV1 team and Davenport JV1 team. And we're going to have UW Milwaukee and Rock Valley on 31 and 32. That was a great shot. Just right up the rail. Gotta love seeing that. One cool thing about having a nice support network is they point out when cool things are happening. So our 47 and 48 cam here is going to get moved. 45 and 46, we have our front 9. So we're going to see if we can go catch it. All right, so looks like it's going to be on the. Actually, I'm a little bit too far. The UW Eau Claire team, their anchor bowler has the front 9, so they're just wrapping up their third bowler. I'm going to go make sure my camera's lined up nice and straight so we can hopefully catch something pretty cool here. All right, so just about there. We got their second to last bowler here. The ladies have all wrapped up game 3. Did not get a game 2 update, so hopefully we'll get one after this one. But story of this game is definitely that front 9 that's sitting on lane 46 for UW Eau Claire. All right, folks, if you want to see this gentleman put up the next 3, get that old 300 up, like this video, shoot him a comment, wish him luck. Come on. Let's go, kid. Heel. Get out of there. Oh, tough break. Great run. Still's got 279 up. Great spare. That is a very substantial backswing for being as soft on the bottom as he is. That is, I like that. I like that kind of game. Nice and calm and controlled. It's good stuff. All right, kid, come on. Get the last one here. Even if you're having a bad day, ain't nothing 279 can't fix. Come on. A little lefter. Not quite. 275. 76. All right. We'll get our camera squared back up here. We're going to jump over here as they're wrapping up. And we'll move on to game number 4. As we're wrapping up game number 3 again, if you guys are new to the channel, if you do me a solid and go ahead, hit that subscribe button. Everything you can do to help out the channel, it really helps boost up events like this. We are 10 Pin Life is something that will have a pretty decent amount of live streaming and not at the professional level. Let's catch them while they're at that level. Let's get some cool stuff here throughout the year and beyond. So the more that we can kind of make YouTube know that you're interested in it, the better. And that really helps out getting it in front of other people. So if you could even just like this video, hit that subscribe button, share with your friends. Everything that you can do to helps out kids like this. I should say adults. They're all in college. And getting getting them out into the world with the level of talent and skill, knowledge, all that sort of good stuff that they have in the sport of bowling. Another thing, too, while you guys are hanging out and we're watching the ladies start up game number 4 here, we got Bowling with the Fef dropping in a comment here, cheering on UW Milwaukee, hoping that might be his alma mater, so we're going to let them get some love here on the stream on the ladies' side. But if you are not familiar with him, make sure you go ahead and look him up, subscribe to his channel. He's doing a lot of cool stuff. He's talking with a ton of people in the bowling industry at a lot of different levels, having some good conversations with them and seeing what they got to say, getting some cool insights and information out of them. He's, I think is going to become one of the most trusted names in bowling media here within a short amount of time with the quality of conversations that he's having. So be sure to go check him out. Again, it's Bowling with the Fef, F-E-F, with an exclamation point at the end. His screen name is on the screen as well. Go give him some love. Give him a subscription as well. And hopefully we can help grow his channel just as much as we can grow this one and all the rest of them that are helping grow the sport of bowling. spare there. Just textbook. Oh, sounds like I got a scoring update for the ladies after Game 3, so I'm going to go get that, and I will be right back. We'll walk through that, get her up on the screen, and we'll keep on trucking. All right, folks. So after game number 3 over on the ladies' side of things, the team that is featured on lane 31 as it stands right now is Rock Valley. They are in first at 29-29. Viterbo is in second at 28-74. Marian University 27-47. Davenport is behind them at 26-91, and UW Milwaukee at 2,500. I will get the rest of the scores loaded into the ticker on the bottom of the screen, so you can check those out. And I'll have a men's score update here as well in just a little bit. And full standings are now scrolling across the bottom of your screen, so you can go ahead and check those out. Rock Valley's got a pretty decent lead. I mean, that's 55 over second, and then almost 200 over third. So they are doing pretty well for themselves. But it ain't over till it's over, folks. That's why we play the game right here. Still got 3 games left on today and 16 more tomorrow. So we'll get one more here out of UW Milwaukee. Again, they are in 5th at 2,500 after 3. Really good shot. Just does not get the 10 to go. That's a tough break there. Looks like one of our pairs on the men's side is firing up. 49 and 50, we've got game 4. UW Milwaukee on 50. UW Green Bay 49. Looks like Green Bay is only working with 4 bowlers today, so that'll happen sometimes. You know, these programs are not huge, but that's why we do stuff like this on YouTube, and you know, it's part of one of the goals of my channel is to start to continue to grow the interest in collegiate bowling, you know, because getting into programs like this is a great way to get a lot better at the game. And if we can hook them young, get them interested in the way that this whole thing works, I think it's better for the sport overall. So again, if you're so inclined, you can support the channel even just by liking this video. I'd really appreciate it. I actually took a USBC silver coaching class with the coach of the Rock Valley, I believe the Rock Valley ladies team. Pretty sure. Tony Hall is maybe I'm thinking of a different team. My memory's great. It's just short. Great shot there. Pax 10. Yes, I was right. All right. Brain didn't fail me today. At least not yet. Great shot there. We're still waiting on the teams on 47 and 48 to show up. That's going to be UW Stouts JV1 team and the UW Eau Claire team. So as they pop in, be sure to get them some screen time as well. That was hammered. That I heard that one pretty far away over the headphones. When you know it's a good one when it's loud like that. Ooh, that's got to get up. That's gonna bounce though. Not quite enough to get the 2-pin out. Ooh, stone 8-pin. Brutal. got our teams coming in from some other pairs here on 47 and 48. So that's going to be UW Eau Claire and the UW Stout JV team. UW Eau Claire was just over on 45 and 46. We had that 276 out of their anchor bowler. Good spare there. Can't say I ever like converting the 3.56. Or really any multi-pin spare on the right-hand side. I am a right-handed bowler, and I have a great propensity to chop off stuff like that, so good on him for not doing that. And we get a little lucky on that spare on 47, too. Nothing wrong with that. So sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right? We have a second female bowler that I've seen come across the stream today on the men's varsity side of things. Gotta love that. You know, if you can't bowl on a women's team, bowl on a men's team. That's what I say. Just get out there and bowl. Not quite enough to get up the hill there. After missing right and dropping her in the gutter, definitely doesn't miss right on that one and gets a little hang. Gets them all to go. Spare's a spare. 290 still on the board. Funny, unfortunate story. 2018 USBC Nationals out in Syracuse, actually, at the On Center Convention Center, which is probably one of the cooler places I have ever bowled, just with the way that they constructed an entire bowling center in that. In a building that was definitely not a bowling center before that. During, I believe, doubles, game 2, really trying to stay right, turn the pair into something good. 4th and 5th frame, I believe, I went ditch spare, and that cost us about $150 a guy. But we still ended up, I believe, within the top. It was the top couple hundred. We actually bowled pretty well that year, but I also definitely rode the saddle. Partner shot about 720 in doubles, and I followed that up with about a 580. So did pretty well for ourselves that year, but keeping her on the lane does help, especially when you're on a double, because that first one was definitely on a double. And then the second one was on a spare, so I lost about 40 pins in count. But I made the spares. And honestly, sometimes that's most of the battle. Another female bowler here. I like it. Just get out and bowl. All right, got a score update here for the men. Got a little bit of a change on the top spot here. UW Whitewater, during Game 3, shot 1095 to take the lead. They are at 31-37. Rock Valley is the only team to have shot plus each game at 1107, 1012, and now 1006, but they are at 31-25, 12 pins behind first. Davenport University, they're starting to turn up a little bit. They are at 30-46. Marian University is in fourth. They're at 29-29, and rounding out the top 5 is going to be UW-Madison at 28:05. I will get the full results typed into the ticker on the bottom of your screen here as we advance our way through game number 4. All right, folks. We have full Game 3 standings Scrolling across the bottom of your screen, one thing I did miss is our JV update. We'll do top 3 here. So for the JV men, we have Wisconsin UW Whitewater's JV2 team had a big 10-74 last game. They took the lead. They're at 29-51. 60 pins behind them at 28-91 is Davenport University's JV1 team. And in third, 100 pins exactly behind them is going to be the UW Whitewater JV1 team at 27-91. RJ popping in the comment section here, asking if Belmo's here. I'd be honest, I'd be a little intimidated if he was. Also, he's in Texas, so we're up here in north central Wisconsin, bud. And although there are a lot of two-handers, none of them are what some consider the GOAT, Jason Belmont. Shot. It looks like they're trying to flip to some shiny stuff now, just to get it down the lane and have some more pop. And looks like he was throwing a Zen. I like that idea. Just get it down there, let it roll. Just still save some energy to get beyond that carry down and get 10 to fall a little bit. There's a big old hang spot outside of 5 now, though. You gotta be able to get it to roll up before you hit the carry down, before you hit that whatever that shim is that they've made on these couple pairs. Ladies aren't worrying about that so much, though. They are just doing their thing. Stay on, not quite. Yeah, he is just right up the 2 board. That is impressive. Almost gets over there. All right, so for those that are curious on who's coming up for game number 5 on lanes 47 and 48 on the men's side, we are going to have Iowa State University and UW La Crosse. 49 and 50, we are going to have UW Madison and UW Eau Claire. For the ladies on game number 5, we will have Marian University and UW Milwaukee on 29 and 30, and Davenport and Davenport's JV team on 31 and 32. That's the worst break I think I've ever seen on a 5-pin. That thing was laying over, basically. That's terrible. There it is. It's not quite enough to get up the hill there. All right, so over on the men's side, they are through 5, 6 frames. No, these guys are through 9. Our 47 and 48 are, or 49 and 50, excuse me. Or 47, 48, they're pretty far behind. So we're gonna focus a little bit more attention on the ladies and this pair as they're finishing up, and then we'll jump to 47 and 8s to catch the end of their game as well. Over on the ladies' side, looks like we're pretty much wrapped up on 29 and 30. 31, 32, which is Rock Valley. And my memory is good, it's just short. UW Milwaukee. Just about wrapping up here. Oh, huge break on the 4-9. Gotta love that hit. Gotta love it. So they're strolling into their 10th frame. Rock Valley started out their 10th as about as well and or as lucky as you can get there. Tripping out the 4-9 late. UW Milwaukee, little Brooklyn 5-9 leave. Wish you got that one right. What's that gonna do? Ooh, that was perfect. That was right on the money. Huge double. Huge double. Guys here as they're getting into the 10th as well. Looks like on the UW Milwaukee side, we're sitting on a pretty decent score here. Well, it's with that 9 count. You can still shoot 257. Certainly nothing to wag a finger at. There's another really good one over there. Not quite the score I think he's looking for, but finish strong, move on to the next one. Converts the 7-pin. is right on it. That is a really, really solid 257. Great work out of the lefty from UW Milwaukee. So, where were they at after 3? Kind of right in the middle of the pack, so 257, that's certainly going to help their chances here on Saturday of the 2-dayer here at Weston Lanes in Weston, Wisconsin. All right. Slinging pins. Gets the 7 and the 10 out late. Gotta love it. So what's Rock Valley's answer here? It's a little left. Is that gonna hold? Not quite. Ooh, almost a weird leave there. But gets the 10 to go. Just a 6-pin. Tight down lane. That pair is tough right now. That was so good. There was no way I was going to strike. You can't throw the ball that good and expect 10 pins to fall over, right? That's a tough one right there. And that is a tough 10 pin to leave. Good conversion on the 6. Stay on, hold up. Yep, squares it up. All right, UW Milwaukee on 32 here. That was really far right. Ooh, yeah, wow. That definitely got there, and then some. Gotta love that high flush. Board hooks, right? Always. The one board always hooks, guys. Never doubt the fact that the one board's going to hook. Looking for a double in the 10th here. Looks pretty close. Packs hits. Beautiful. Very good shot. Looks like an IQ Tour Emerald, maybe? Something like that. I'm not 100% sure there, but... That's another interesting thing about this game is not only do you have to do the right thing with your hand and hit marks, and, stable footwork, and read something that's invisible in oil patterns. The other thing you have to do is get the ball to go through pins the right way, and which is, that's something that I think a lot of people hear, but a lot of us take for granted because the right way changes pair to pair, and it's such a strange phenomenon that you can absolutely run the 8-pin over on one pair and it will carry every single time, and on another pair, it could be the pair right next to you, that will not carry. You will leave 10 pins after 10 pins after 10 pins. Machines have their own quirks. Gutter depths are a little bit different every time. There's a range on that sort of stuff, and it's a very interesting way of thinking about it. So having another set of eyes to kind of help out, so you can see it as that occurs, because thinking you know what the right way through the pins is, you might not be fully correct. So next time you're out bowling a tournament and maybe you're struggling striking or maybe you're killing it. Either way, see what your ball is doing through the pin deck and how that's translating into results. There's not necessarily a quote-unquote right or wrong way every single time. Just be adaptive to the house that you're in, and especially the pair that you're on. Just pay attention to it. Focus on, do I need my ball to deflect a little bit? That was a big hit on 31 for Rock Valley is, that Tour Emerald did not drive through the pins all that well, but it certainly knocked them all over. And the 16 side here at Weston Lanes is pretty infamous for that hit carrying, just kind of light shakers, let pins kind of sling around, and it worked great for her. But over on the 24 side, you gotta run the 9 or run the 8 pin over from the right side. Really get the ball to go, continue through pins. Sometimes that's right, sometimes it's not. So just be attentive to what's going on there. So the ladies have wrapped up game number 4. I'm not sure how long they're going to wait. They kind of picked their pace up down there after game number 3. Men are, we got just another little bit here, and we'll jump over to UW Eau Claire and UW Stouts JV team. I see you here, Jose. Go UW Eau Claire. There they are. They are going. They're a little bit behind everybody else, so they'll be able to get their moment here as we move our way into game number 5. So thanks for hanging out, Jose. Hope you're liking it. you guys are here to watch a specific team that might be jumping off the stream, before you go, please be sure to hit that subscribe button before you head out. Going to be doing lots of live streaming here this year and beyond, so if you can help out the channel that way and watch some different bowlers, do some different stuff, and even I'll get out to a couple other events here within the GLBC as well. Just want to make sure you don't miss out on a lot of cool stuff. And actually, I got some cool podcasts here headed up as well with some other tour professionals. Going to have one with Matt Russo coming out on Monday. I actually just recorded that last night, so it is after the Sunday show of the highest level of drama we've seen in bowling in a while. So be sure to check that out. Going to be doing some other types of videos as well. Just getting out on the lanes and seeing what some different variables in the sport mean, between surface and differential, RG, different types of lane panels, just trying to learn as much as we can and make it into consumable products. So if you're interested in learning more about the game as well, be sure to check that out as the new videos come out here over the next month or so. As we are kind of wrapping up here too, for those of you that are sticking around and hanging out, the PBA has the, USBC technically, but the US Open starts Tuesday? I think practice session is tomorrow. I'm curious, who's your pick to win the US Open this year, and do you like the format of blind going into the practice session on not knowing what the patterns are and then ultimately having to select 10 bowling balls after that practice session? Let me know in the comment section what you guys think. I think I got a few guys on my mind. It is in Indianapolis at Woodland, so that's going to be, I think there's a few guys that have a little bit more of a home field advantage in this one. Just guys from the Midwest, guys that have bowled there a lot. And I know that they do pretty consistent events at Woodland Bowl, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. Who do you think is gonna put on that green jacket next weekend? And what ball do you think they'll be throwing in the final match to take home the win? That'll be a tough one. I really want to know now. Let's see here. George popping in. He says Darren Tang's going to win the U.S. Open. That is not a bad pick. With what he did at the team trials and just kind of raking everybody over the coals, I think that's a great pick. Darren is one of the best righties with urethane as well. So I think that's a great pick. Dominic coming in. He says Belmo's going to win it 2 times this year based on the comment here. But, yeah, I mean, he is, as it stands currently, I know saying he's the best in the world is a very, very subjective way of looking at things, but he's at least top 3. I would consider, as it currently stands, Jason Belmonte is the best bowler in the world, so it's always a fair pick. He does have a U.S. Open title under his belt now because he's got the Big 4. But you can't go wrong. And again, he's another righty that is just phenomenal with urethane. And it's a USBC tournament, or a tournament run by USBC, coordinated by them, whatever you want to call it. As far as I'm concerned, if you're bowling something that USBC's winning, you better have at least a third of your arsenal as urethane, honestly. It's unbelievable how much better those balls work during those types of events. I don't know why. I don't know what it is that they're doing with their oil patterns, but over the last few years, whether it's Nationals or U.S. Open, the Masters, really since 2017, I believe 2017 was when Belmo won the Masters at the Orleans in Vegas. Ever since then, it has seemed that every time USBC puts something together like that, urethane's in play. So I'm curious. Let's see what else you guys think. George says his wife says, Kyle Troop, hard to not pick the reigning player of the year, right? He had a great start to his season at the Players. Didn't quite make it through the show, but hard to leave the Afro fish out of the equation. He's going to be a guy he's a grinder. As long as his hand stays put together, he's gonna have a really good shot at it. Dominic, I hate to correct you, but the U.S. Open won't actually be his first tourney back in a while. He is bowling the Players, and he is on the show tonight. So that was actually his first tournament back since 2020 sometime. I don't remember exactly when his last one was before that, but he certainly came out swinging. I think that he's got as much as Belmo had a fire in his gut to win before, somehow it seems stronger this year. So it'll be pretty cool to see how that sort of translates out. I'm not 100% sure if they're going to have the no lofting rule this year. Be interesting either way. So over here on the men's side of things, the GLBC number 3 at Dale's Weston Lanes here in Western Wisconsin. They are just wrapping up Game 3. I think we are watching the last pair finish up. I think actually to their left there, they are actually firing up Game number 5. And over on the ladies' side, they are actually started on Game 5. So they're just about through their first frame. Just a quick reminder for those that are wondering. Here on 29 and 30, we have Marian University and UW Milwaukee. Here on 31 and 32, we have Davenport and the Davenport JV team. So please help me out in, actually the JV team is the one that's short a couple bowlers. So they're going to be, they're starting on the right lane here, and the varsity team is on the left lane. And they're not really bowling against each other, honestly. They're just pairing together for this game. Oh, that hooked really early. And she got through it. Very nice. Here's another interesting thought. This is kind of here's my sleeper pick for the U.S. Open. You guys let me know what you think. Nick Pate. Now, Nick struggled at the Players' Championship. However, him being back on Brands of Brunswick, he was formerly on EBI staff, especially when he bowled at Midland. Won NAIA Player of the Year down there. It's 2014, 2016, I don't remember exactly the year. His unique ball roll, plus having access to the urethane balls within the Brands of Brunswick line, I think is going to be, I think he's going to match up really well. That's the easiest way I can put that. George, absolutely. How do you not want to watch Brad Miller or Kyle Sherman win something? Those two guys have done more for bowling than I think the entire sport's done for itself in the last 2 years. They're at 105,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is awesome. They have torn the curtain away on what it takes to actually make it out on the pro tour, and they've done so in a way that's been fun and engaging, and they're consistent and it's quality stuff. How can you not want those guys to win? They have, Kyle's got, as he says, half a title. He won the Lucy with Amanda Green a few years ago. Brad has no titles, and they are two of the most liked players on the tour, and it's awesome. I absolutely love it. They have built their personal brands to the point that people want them to win so bad, and they are fan favorites across the board. So absolutely, especially to win the U.S. Open. Personally, if I had to pick between Brad and Kyle on the one that I think is going to have a better shot, it's probably Kyle. I think he's better straighter. Typically, the straighter you can play at a U.S. Open, the better. Look at what Norm Duke has done, honestly, for the last 30 plus years. He can play everywhere on the lane. However, we all know that Norm is phenomenal when he can throw it straight. He's damn hard to beat. If there's a guy that I really like to see win it, it might actually be Norm. Just knowing how much that would mean to him would be so cool to see. It would be so cool to watch him just land that last, maybe not even the last one, but that would be cool. I would, it's hard to not cheer for Norm Duke. Just wrapping up here. So we should be getting Game 5 kicked off here for the men just a little bit, so we're going to keep sticking around with the ladies. George, thanks for all the comments, man. I really appreciate it. Talking about Kyle, I'm assuming you're meaning Kyle Sherman. Actually, I was thinking Kyle Troop there. But yes, Kyle Sherman does really like urethane. I think he's liked it less since he's switched brands. That is pure speculation and gut feeling. The urethane blends are just different under SPI. Not that they're bad. They're just different. So I think Kyle can hopefully use some different shapes, and obviously urethane's urethane, and having the UC3 will be interesting. There's a small chance that when they bowl on whatever long pattern they bowl on, that one's going to get pulled out on the right side. So that'll be really cool to watch. Black Widow, Pink Pearl. That was similar boat, a little bit more asymmetric, a little bit more core strong. But that'll be interesting on the long patterns, with all the controversy that is going into all these urethane balls and talking about covers and softness and all this stuff. It'll be kind of cool to see how that plays out here next week, because we all know it's going to get thrown. It's so funny too, George. This is a good point. Norm's a sleeper pick. Honestly, he's a Hall of Famer. Can you ever call a Hall of Famer a sleeper pick? You ever call Chris Barnes, or now even coming into this February, Wes Malata's sleeper? It's such an interesting way of looking at it. I know there's some older guys that they're all really competitive. They're all right there. They're all able to make shots. They're all It'll be a fun tournament to watch, that's for sure. And I'm assuming that qualifying will be on Bowl TV and not Flow. Don't quote me on that. Hey, if any of you guys are listening and you want to give me some correct information, I'd appreciate it on where the qualifying will be streamed for the U.S. Open. Throw her in the comments so that once we get through our tournament here today and tomorrow, we can keep going and watching the U.S. Open then as well. So if you can find that, let me know. Getting a little jittery here. Sorry about that. Come on, give her hits. That was a really good shot. Come on, there we go. That was piered. Good work. Working on a double here for Marion on the lane 29. That looks really good too. Oh yeah, she's got that pair tuned in. Looking for a big score out of that one. Scores the 9 pin with ease. Packs it. Great shot. Spare. Ooh. A little bit too much. That's another good question, George. Is Flow Bowling and Bowl TV different services? Yes, it is. So Bowl TV is exclusively a USBC product, or just subscription service, excuse me. Flow Bowling is a part of Flow Sports, and Flow Sports live streams all sorts of stuff, all sorts of different sports. That's a mouthful. And they had some sort of contract with PBA, starting in, I think, they bought Extra Frame. That was the start of it, to my knowledge. And since then, has just maintained to be like the provider of streaming services for the PBA. Up until this year, the landscape on that does seem to be shifting quite a bit. I'm not 100% sure what their plan is with it, but I think that plan is changing. Good spare there. That's what I like to see. Just right at it. No muss, no fuss. Straight at it. Men's side still hasn't quite fired off. Looks like we're still wrapping up on 57 and 58. So still got some laggards there. Oh, terrible break on that big four. Just be careful with it. All right, looks like our men's teams are just about ready to fire up. Game number 5, we've got Iowa State and UW La Crosse on 47 and 48. We've got UW Eau Claire and UW Madison on 49 and 50. So they have just started. Jump over there for a little bit. Ooh. Hey, all you got to do is get it to fall over, right? Even if it's the wind that pushes it over. Spare on the 9 there. Oh. It's tough. Just cleaning the 9 off the 6, 9, 10. Tough sport, guys. It's a game of quarter inches most of the time. Richard in the comments, my fan of spotted cow. Bro, I'm from Wisconsin. Aren't you born that way? Like I feel like that's a requirement to be a resident of the state. Gotta. I don't drink it that much, but certainly a fan. And hey, if anyone from New Glarus is listening and they want to sponsor anything like this, let me know. Would be more than happy to support the brands of Two Women and Fat Squirrel and all the goodies. I don't know if that's appropriate for a college tournament, but we'll see. On this pair, we've got it looks like UW Lacrosse and Iowa State. Hard to miss that Cyclone Red. And those guys are having a little bit of a tough day today. Their scores have not been terribly high. Just having a bit of a rough go at it. still working on trying to get some score updates here. Ladies are creeping into the 8th frame. So we're going to jump over there here for just a bit. Make sure that we don't miss out on too much of the end of their game number 5. And then hopefully we can get some score updates, maybe after 5 here for both. Oh, that's a tough break on that 8 pin. We're getting a little shuddery. Trying to use some wireless transmitters for the ladies' side, and it's been kind of hit and miss today, so we're doing the best with what we got. Jump over the guys. We'll see if those will reset themselves a little bit. Oh, big 410 out there. Looks like they're working a little bit better. Gotta hate it when that happens. Just wait for it to hook that little bit, and it just doesn't. It stays on the lane and still misses the 6 pin right. That's one of the toughest ones in bowling, honestly. That's a backbreaker. that spare. That was on the money. So what we're going to do is we are going to watch the rest of this game with Marian University and UW-Milwaukee over on the ladies' side. The gals from, excuse me, making a big old brain fart here, Davenport, are wrapping up as well. And then we're actually going to do a split screen between 49-50 and 47-48. So we can actually watch both of those teams bowl at the same time. We'll run that out. I can go find some scores and get you guys a big old score update. All right, so got some score updates from the ladies here as we're wrapping up game number 5 on the men's side of things. So after 3, Rock Valley was in a pretty decent lead, but Viterbo has run them down. So Viterbo is leading at 48-02 after 5. Rock Valley at 47-27. So that is going to be 75 off first place. Marian University 46-23. Davenport University 43-88. And UW Milwaukee rounding out the top 5 at 41-35. I do have those scores updated on the ticker below, and I will be getting men's scores here shortly. Also, for our last game here, just so you guys are aware, we're going to try something a little bit different this last game, because if you ain't trying, you're dying, right? We are gonna flip between some 2 shots so that we can see some more of the action that's going on and save you guys the headache of trying to watch me flip between different areas. So we'll stick to the 2 shots. If you guys like the 2 shots, let me know in the comments section. Or if you want me to go back to the single shots, let me know. Honestly, it's all about trying to get a little bit better every day. So let's see if we like it, and we'll go from there. So one of my favorite things about bowling, because I just barrel in here with my voice, I'm sorry about that, is the fact that you can not know anybody in a bowling center and you still know most people that are in here. And just not necessarily by name, but just by the fact that they're a bowler. So, you know, I go on this big long hiatus of not saying anything to you guys here for a while. It's because I'm just literally just getting stuck in conversations with people that I've never met before because we're bowlers, and we're just talking about bowling and kind of what everything is going on here. And that is, you know, there's a lot of things about this sport that I adore. And I just, between the competitive portion, being me against pins and 60 feet of lane and all that stuff, and it just really aligns with my motivational structure, but also the fact that it is one of the coolest communities of people that I've ever been a part of. You know, I've been involved in a lot of different sports, a lot of different hobbies and activities, you know, whatever, just different communities. And personally, I see the bowling community as one that is unmatched. I can literally walk into this place who's got, you know, we got 26 and 40 some odd teams, you know, 5 per team, and you got spectators and you got guys that are making this all happen from running the show, and it is just so cool to kind of know who you're around a little bit, be able to socialize with them, talk about something that you both care about, and just be, you know, one step closer to, at the very least, acquaintances in a positive way, rather than having to start from square one. So, not that you guys care all that much about my thoughts and feelings on the bowling community at all, but I just figured I'd share it with you, because I'm sure we've all been there, at least in our own rights. And if you haven't, go to a bowling, you know, if you have not had that experience, go to a bowling center, start talking to somebody during an event like this. You know, open bowling's its own animal, whatever, but just open the door. And what I've found is the overwhelming majority of the time, they will let you in, and it will be a positive experience. So we are about halfway through Game 6 on the ladies' side here. The men's side, we have a couple. Let's get our schedule update. The last schedule update here for Game number 6. We got the Whitewater Varsity team and UW Lacrosse on 47 and 48, on 49 and 50. Oh, no, we don't. Sorry. It's the Winona State Varsity team. On 49 and 50, we're going to have Iowa State and Minnesota State, Mankato. So they are just getting fired up here. So we're going to be jumping between our two shots. And actually, since the ladies have been up for a while, let's jump over to the guys. Let that sit for a bit so you guys can see what they got. Obviously, I think Whitewater is a little bit of a favorite running into this one. So let's see why. They are on the right-hand side of your screen in the light purple and white. shot there. Yeah, that was dang. All right, guys, we got our score update for the fellers here. Ooh, here is a nice tight pack here between the top three. And again, I will get these all entered in after I verbally go through them a little bit. We're going to do top 5 in our men's varsity, top 3 JV. Leading the way is UW Whitewater, who again is on the right-hand side of your screen. They are at 51-35 after 5. Second behind them, only 33 pins back, is going to be Davenport University. And in third, only 37 pins behind first is Marian University at 50-98. Definitely still not out of it. They're only 80 back. Is going to be Rock Valley at 50-55. And then kind of hit a big jump down to University of Iowa in 5th at 46.02. For the JV side of things, the JV2 team for Whitewater is at 5,003. Davenport University's JV1 team is at 46.94. And the Marian University JV1 team is in third place at 44.89. Keep an eye on the ticker as I get these updated for additional scores. And if you do have questions or want a specific clarification, let me know in the comment section, and I'll be happy to get it for you. All right, folks, got those scores all the way updated, so every score you see on the bottom of your screen is updated through 5 games. And again, if you do have any questions or want specific clarity on a team that you are looking for, please let me know. I will be more than happy to let you know where they stand as our tournament is going on in game number 6. There's something, too, to be said about the atmosphere and the sounds and just the dull roar that a bowling center has the ability of creating. You know, a few times today, I should say, I've just caught myself listening and just all the sound. You know, even now you can. From a distance here, the air hockey puck just flipping around all over the place, and to some that's harsh. To some, the sound of a bowling ball hitting pins can be rough, just tough on the ears, and to me, that it all blends together. It is something that's it's just really enjoyable to listen to. So I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. So again, we have Iowa State and Minnesota State Mankato on the left side of your screen. Two-hand action. Ooh, slow hooking urethane. A runaway Brooklyn 10-pin. On the right side of your screen, you're going to have the UW Whitewater varsity squad, Winona State. All kind of through 3 frames. The ladies are getting through their 7th frame. So what we're going to do is we're going to let these gentlemen wrap up. No, we'll let the ladies get through 7, and then we'll jump over there and watch them finish up their day. And we had Viterbo leading after 5. And they are on 31 and 32, so we'll be able to watch them finish up. And as we're kind of nearing the close of our broadcast here today, what we're going to do, just as a heads up so you guys are made aware of where our scores are at, is basically as soon as the girls wrap up, when they have a total, I'm going to go over and get that. But I will not close our broadcast out until almost the strangest spare conversion I've ever seen on the left side of our screen there. I will not be closing out our broadcast until I have a full score update for you guys. So be sure to stick around for that. If you want, in the meantime, go ahead and subscribe to the channel too. Everything that you do to help out channels like this one. So a lot of different independent content creators in the bowling community. Make sure you spread the love. Subscriptions are free, and they make a really big impact on the YouTube algorithm. And the more that we can support each other, the more that we can do stuff like this too and make more content available for you. So be sure to do that. Like this video. You find the link for tomorrow too, because we will be live streaming the match play portion, Baker match play portion of the day tomorrow as well. So be sure to check that out. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss it when we go live. But let's see what these ladies got finishing up. They're starting their 9th frame. Let's see if they can finish strong. So again, on the left side of your screen, you're going to have the Viterbo Hawks, as well as I try to find my schedule here, the Lakeland University, and then on the right side, you're going to have Iowa State and UW Green Bay. Phenomenal shot by the Turbo there. Absolutely rips the rack. Tough break on that 9th pin. I really thought that was going to pick up and go, and he just never hooked for her. Hang out there. All right, good spare. Phenomenal shot. Wow. That picked up a great roll. That was fantastic. Turbo trying to wrap up a day one lead. That's a big 3-bagger there. Like their leadoff bowler, she gets this one and puts her in the 2 O's. Or no, she's already 160. Sorry, leadoff bowler shot 160. That one was for 2 O's, but that puts her 190s. Their middle position is pacing 140, can sheet for 150. 4 spot is pacing 170s. Last 3 would be 193. And anchor is looking at 180s. Last 3 would be 196. This is one of those moments too where I think you can start to see the fact that standing, they started bowling at 10 Central. It is almost 5 o'clock, so it's 7 hours. They've been standing that whole time. Like very, very little sitting has occurred, and I think you can start to see it in some of these shots. The legs are, we're not posting our shots quite as well, and it's just tough. It's one of those parts of the challenge of bowling, especially an event like this, that we don't necessarily think about. But I know that if I have to stand for 7 hours, I certainly don't want to go bowling, and let alone doing the 2 things at the same time. It's tough on the body. They gotta be ready, physically ready to do something like this, just as well, just physically well, because it's so much that goes into that. That Brooklyn hit. There ain't no pride. Oh, that's a tough chop on that 610. That hurts. Leaves her with a $161. Definitely not how she wanted her day to end. But they also have to bowl quite a bit tomorrow, and it's a different animal tomorrow. Baker style bowling is its own beast. Great shot. It's, as much as this part of the tournament definitely matters, I can guarantee you that the level of intensity, volume, just sheer focus will be notably higher tomorrow. It's one thing when you're bowling sort of for yourself. It's another when you're bowling for your team. And even though the Brooklyn hit there, that's a big one. Even though they are technically bowling for their team right now, it's just one of those things. It's different. It's different when you all are in the same line score. And gets her to go. Last 3, buck 96. It's going to wrap up the day for the Turbo ladies. Stick around just a little bit longer here as the guys are in the 5th frame. So we'll let the ladies wrap up. We're going to jump to the full screen here. Sketchy here. We're going to jump over to the guys. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We'll give the ladies one nice little bit here. Wheel up. Get them all. Yes. See if I can go find some scores for ladies here as the guys are getting near the end of their 6th game. And I'll be back with hopefully a score update here in a little bit. All right, we're wrapping up here, folks. Getting to the end of day one. Looks like the Whitewater guys are doing all right this game. They were in the lead coming into game number 6. Woo. Mr. Peterson really trying to cover some boards there. Gets them all to go. I have to say Mr. Peterson because I don't know whether that's Ty or Mason because boy, do they look alike as twins. I've had the honor of bowling with them a few times. They are both very, very good. Really good at taking my money. Great conversion on the 310 there. I am still waiting on the final score update from the ladies. They are all wrapped up. They're getting all their stuff moved over to the paddock room to store it overnight. So as soon as I get that, I'll be sure to get it to you guys. And obviously the guys are still bowling game number 6, so that'll still be a bit. But as I said before, I will not cut the stream until I'm at the very least able to verbally communicate with you the final standings as we finish up day number 1 here at GLBC number 3. If you've stuck around this long and haven't done it yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Today was a long day and hope to do it again. Well, we're going to be doing it again tomorrow, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on the Baker match play action that will be going on tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. Great thing to have on your iPad or your tablets while you watch a little playoff football. Also, for those that are still hanging out, be sure to tune in tonight for the finals of the PBA Players Championship on Fox Sports 1. The more that we can bump those ratings up, the more likely it becomes that guys that are bowling today get the chance to bowl the big show at some point here in their future. Everything that we do to help support the sponsors that they have at the PBA just continues to legitimize bowling as a sport as a whole. So if you can help out by tuning in, that would be awesome. Also, it's going to be a great show. Like, with all the controversy and crap that's been going on all week. And, you know, you got the potential for Tommy Jones to go against. You got somebody. Somebody's going to take on Sean Rash in that final, and there's probably going to be some sort of talking about controversy surrounding it. So why would you want to miss that? I know I'll be tuning in. These Whitewater boys are getting a little bit rowdy. We'll let them have the whole screen here to wrap up today. That was a really good shot. That's a way to end the day right there. So we got a 222 and a 237. I suppose I could just look to my left rather than on my screen because they are like right in front of me. Their middle position bowler has 214 available. 4 spots, last 3 for 175, and anchor last 3 for 227. So they could have a really, really big game if they keep striking. So that. There, that puts him in the 190s. Nice, good clean game there. That's the difference, though. That's what we were talking about earlier. Maybe spares. They're about to put up a big old number. And it ain't because they outstruck everybody. I mean, that's just good hard grinding. First guy clean 222. Second guy clean 237. Anchor's only open was on a split. Keep giving yourself a chance. All right. While these guys wrap up, I'm going to see if I can run down some ladies' scores so we can get that to y'all as we wait on the men's scores as well. So I'll be right back. All right. Almost there. Couldn't track down any women's scores. So hopefully they all come at me at once, and then I can just read them off to you, and then we can get the heck out of here. So thank you guys so much for sticking around. I promise before you leave, I will let you know where everything stands, even though I'm sure they'll put it on the internet somewhere too. But hey, you can say you heard it here first. You had first mover advantage on whatever advantage you needed. And then we will be moving on with our day, getting home, getting safe, or getting home safe. There we go. And watching that PBA Players Championship final. Honestly, that's what's on my list. So as soon as I have scores, I will return. All right, so I'm gonna leave that on the screen. All the girls ran away, so I don't have any scores from Game 6 or cumulative. So I don't think I'm gonna actually be able to leave it at that. But Sean is right behind me. He's been punching in scores all day for the men's side, so I will have that shortly, and then I will let you guys be. Again, thank you very much for hanging out. I will be right back.
Riley, what'd you finish?
172 over.
For 5? 6. Sorry,
What'd you go, Nate?
14 over for 4. I got pulled out to 150. Well, what were you at? I'm minus 30. No. What were you at? What was your class? What did you shoot first college? Really bad. I was at a 220. I was at 220.
But then I shot.
So yeah, he'll be up in there. That's fine.
He's up in there.
Yeah, I know how you feel, man. We gotta go now. I'll see you tomorrow, boss. Last night for Marion.
Yeah!
Yeah!
How you doing, sir? Doing it? It's alright. No, I did not realize how many phones would be floating around. And just like people live streaming their own shit. It makes sense. Now that I'm here and I'm experiencing it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Why someone would do that. Huh? Oh, yeah, but like just from the sheer fact of, you know, people get built into habits and all that. I don't know. It is what it is. If I had a bigger rig, I could cover more pairs, I wouldn't have phones floating around. But I don't want a bigger rig because this took me 2 hours to set up by myself. And I have to tear it all down because they're just open tonight. Which that's fine. I'm gonna leave my cables and shit.
I say just take the cameras and try it. I don't trust Wisconsin.
I mean, I never locked my truck. I did in Milwaukee. That was sketchy. West Dallas is not great. It's so.
And the approaches were so hard.
Yeah.
I had my hands on, I wiped off my shoes.
Oh yeah, I was just filled. Yeah, that building was fucking.
My hand was, I was blind.
Yeah. Yeah, my lungs felt black. Honestly, it was. I've been tuned in I think, maybe.
Going out.
Ish. I gotta be on that KR Strike Force Live, too.
Shit, really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna get rid of this little graphic here so you guys can look at my dumb-looking face. All right, men's scores. We're gonna go through everybody here. Leading the way, UW Whitewater. This is for the men's varsity. 61-56. Marian University at 61-38. Rock Valley at 60-73. So still within 100 of first there. Davenport is at 60-37. And Iowa rounds out the top 5 at 56-93. Sixth place, UW Milwaukee at 54-86. Seventh was UW La Crosse at 54-30. Eighth, UW Stout, 54-09. Ninth place, Viterbo University, 5300. 10th, UW Madison, 52-63. 11th is UW Oshkosh, 52-54. Winona State is in 12th at 51-30. 13th place is UW Platteville at 49-27. 14th is Carthage College at 47-65. 15th is Minnesota State Mankato at 46-59. UW Green Bay is in 16th at 45-60. 17th is Iowa State at 45-42. 18th, UW Eau Claire at 39-86. And Bryant and Stratton College rounds out everything at 30-32 and 19th. JV side, UW Whitewater's JV2 team leads the way at 58-54. Second is going to be Davenport University's JV team at 54-89. Third is Marian University's JV at 54-31. Fourth is UW Whitewater's JV1 team at 53-23. UW Platteville is in fifth at 51-22. UW Stout at sixth at 47-47. And in seventh is Davenport University's JV2 team at 43-29. And that is everybody. That was a long day, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to wrap this one up, and we will be back in the morning. So it's a new link, so subscribe to the channel before you go. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss out. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. sharp with our bigger match play games. So we'll see you tomorrow. And don't forget, your best life is a 10-pin life. See ya.